Just so that you know my guy here. He's my right top. Thank you very much. I'm sorry. I made my I'm sorry. Yes. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome, sir. Such an honor and a pleasure to be in our midst. We don't take it lightly, really sincerely appreciate that. Thank you everyone for welcoming the 58th President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. And with your permission, sir, may we proceed with the start of the ceremony? Awesome, great. Thank you very much for that permission. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. That wasn't a good response. Can we all be right? Awesome. Are we fired up, super excited to start this conference? So this is the very first day, of the conference, and without, much ado, can we just, rise to say an opening prayer while we, declare the conference. Thank you, everyone. We sincerely do appreciate that. Our dear everlasting Father, we thank you for yet another opportunity that we are gathered. Lord, from far and wide, thank you for journey mercies. Thank you for individuals and everyone collectively. You brought us from our various destinations, and we are here in the land of the land. We don't take it lightly, we don't take it for granted. Individuals' lives have passed on, but Jehovah, you have kept us, we are grateful. Lord, we declare this conference open in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Every deliberation from you will take preeminence. Lord, we ask, so God, that you continue to uphold our great institute, to God. Enable every council member, presidency, God, board of directors, and individuals collectively. We thank you because we know you've answered our prayers. every of our individual aspiration, desires. Thank you because you are taking care of them all. These and much more have been asked. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Awesome. Thank you so much. We will proceed. We welcome everyone on behalf of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, USA Society, on behalf of every member of the board. We're saying welcome. And at this juncture, we're going to switch right again. Permit me, please, to still have us, rise on our feet while we take the various anthems. The various anthems, the USA, Nigerian anthem, and of course our Institute anthem. Okay, we will wait for the president. Thank you. Just why is the projector not working? Okay. Can we have the projector now?
The music is just gonna be this screen.
Oh, okay.
Okay, what I'm saying?
I see.
When you're done with the anthem, we'll go there.
The answers have some things. So that the USA one has like
Should be
Please bear with us. The president will be asked. That's okay. I mean, so at least they know something is being projected. But you're doing a good job, Jimmy. Thank you. Oh, great. So you have maybe. Okay. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much.
Can we all be upstanding while taking the anthem? USA first. What's the order? USA, Nigeria, and no, Awesome, awesome. Thank you, everyone. You can all please have your seats while I welcome and I bring over to the podium the man of the hour. It's no other person but the event planning committee chair himself, in person of Mr. Kileji Akinola, to give his welcome address. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. We are deeply sorry for starting this program on Wednesday. We are already being gracious enough to accommodate everyone after you go to the United States. We promise we will continue to keep the time for the rest of the days. Thank you very much. The 58th President, Malam Tijani Musa, FCA, Vice President and the Coordinator, ICANN District Society, Dr. Innocent Osman, FCA, our Past President, Mrs. Comfort Editayo, FCA 57th President and the IPP, Alhaji Masak Bayona, FCA 54th President, who is joining us virtually, Members of the ICANN Council, Governing Council of ICANN, the Registrar Chief Executive, Professor Ahmed Hussein, FCA, the Board of Directors and Board of Trustees, ICANN Society, Professor colleagues, inductees, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are joining this live stream this morning in Orlando, Florida, from Orlando, Florida. It's an honor once again to welcome you all to our 9th International ICANN Conference and the second hybrid conference of the district. Only the absolute best and committed people in any field will make this sacrifice at this time period of our existence, not talking about the time and money, to attend the crisis or a worthwhile conference like this without any compulsion. We appreciate your participation. We will not take it for granted. We thank you all. This year's conference theme, Sustaining the Resilient Accountancy Profession in Disruptive Environment, was carefully chosen to align with the current trends and global reality, resulting from the advent of COVID-19 pandemic in 2020. We all need to be truthful to ourselves. The organizational recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic is not legal. There's no one moment when all organizations or all communities can declare it is truly over. Given this enduring nature of COVID-19 and its effect worldwide, Many professional accountants are currently in crisis management mode. In addressing previous and current adversity, the global profession has not only remained steadfast and committed, but is also adapted for members of society benefit. Likewise, there's also an opportunity to continue championing adaptability and take lessons from 2024 into strategic planning and development. Strategic and planning that address recovery and engaging the role of active professional coaching. It will help professionals navigate future crises, including natural disaster, security risk, and another health risk. All of this could lead to no or limited access to the office, business shutdown, connectivity disruption, limited gatherings, etc. Because recovery is not the same for all organizations. A one-size-fits-all approach will not work for our adverse global members. However, there are common concerns that are interconnected for all accountants, regardless of location, that will help building resilience and value during uncertain times. Our assistant conference speakers will give justice to this conference with their content-free presentation centered on people. I therefore urge you to participate in all sessions as they promise to be educative, high-opening, and value-added. We have an opportunity before us to learn from some of the best experts in the field, and I hope we will all walk away from this event enriched with a better understanding of contemporary issues in global economy. Ladies and gentlemen, let me remind you that the world is still going through uncertain times since the advent of COVID-19. We all need to be innovative. Times have changed, which means the business model needs to adapt as well. We should continue to hope for the best, but the experience has shown us that we should still be prepared for the worst. Mitigate risk, be smart, and continue to innovate. We have the chance to use the situation as a message for why we cannot move on in life, or we can use it as a motivator for our purpose. This uncertain time is not going anywhere soon, and should not be the defining event for our life and actions. Remember the word of Steve Maraboli, the author of The Life, Truth, and Being Free. He said, life doesn't get easier or more forgiving. We need to get stronger and more resilient. Dear delegates, I hope that these 5 days will give our concerned delegate and participant overview of the city of Orlando. You will want to visit the state of Florida without exploring the city. Orlando is one of the most visited cities in the world, primarily due to tourism and major events. The two largest and most internationally renowned tourist attractions are here in Orlando. That is Walt Disney World Resort and Universal Orlando. Best of all, you'll find several things that are budget-friendly and even free. There are so many things to do here in Orlando. You want to consider to schedule an extra day or two to your holiday. On behalf of the district, I wish to express our profound gratitude to our institute, council members, and members of the staff of the ICANN Secretariat for making today a reality and granting us the platform under which we currently compare here as a professor. Appreciation also go to the entire ICANN University Board of Directors for your support and input when they were mostly needed. And to our guests, participants, resource person, and well-wishers, we thank you for attending our conferences, honoring our invitation, and bringing your expertise on board. We hope you will continue to partner with us in our future conferences and promise to continue bringing interesting topics and deliver a high quality personal experience for conference participants. Dear participants, though we have strived to leave no stone unturned to make this conference a seamless, need-free one, we are not mindful of the fact that unpredictable things happen that might be beyond our control. We implore you to be understanding as we solve any unanticipated issues that can arise during these proceedings. Remember, we are white and dying in a destructive environment. Thank you and wish you a successful conference.
Thank you, indefatigable event planning chair. That was an awesome welcome speech. We appreciate that. Without further ado, I'm going to bring up to the stage our own chairman himself, Mr. Anthony Adeyemo, SCA.
Good morning. Let me begin by recognizing our dear president of our great institute, Madam Tijani Musa, is DSC of the FCA, and our vice president, Dr. Innocent Musa, PhD, CPA, FA, MCIB, MC. And also our amiable immediate past president, Mrs. Comfort Olu Eyitayo, to borrow the pronunciation from my colleague Jason, because with the emphasis. And of course, also our very supportive administrative Professor Ahmed FCA, our honorary treasurer and essential, the entire council, members of the institute, and most also to Dr. Adeyemo. Special recognition also to the chairperson of our board of trustees, I think USA, Mrs. Target to Yusuf FCA, the entire membership of the board of trustees, and also to my mentor, the immediate past chairperson of ICANN USA, Mrs. Penny Carter, MSc, CPA, FCA. I've always had to think of every pair of shoes that she leaves behind. So, most grateful for that. Of course, my special recognition also to the entire board of directors of ICANN USA Industries Society, professional colleagues, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure sorry. It gives me great pleasure to welcome everybody here present to our special occasion, the 9th International Accountants Conference of ICANN USA Distributor Society here in Orlando, Florida. And we sincerely appreciate your support, your bravery to be here despite the remnants of the COVID-19 pandemic and its destructive effects that still persist today. As you recall, we had actually wanted to bring down here to Orlando, Florida about 3 years ago for our 7th International Conference. But unfortunately, we had to change plans. And instead of an in-person conference, we had to change to a virtual conference due to the COVID pandemic. The pandemic took as many lives as it could and as fast as it could. Quite unfortunately, but however, somehow, all of us here today have been spared. While we pray for the souls that started, we know that our faith here today is not because we're any better than those that did not make it, but by the special grace of God. And to this moment, I'd like to just pay due special tribute to God Almighty and to respect His Father's soul. To please join me in observing a moment's silence to all the victims of COVID that did not make it. Please, I could you enjoy to do that. Just a moment silence. May all the departed souls rest in peace. Thank you very much. In the next couple of days, we will be discussing and rubbing minds together on the theme of this conference, sustaining a digital accountancy profession of the environment. And as you know, this because of our conference theme is a recognition of the enduring strength of not only the accounting profession, but also the commitment of both the pioneers and the successive custodians of the profession, including you and me. And as part of our continuing commitment, our gathering at this conference, you realize, agree with me, the serious business. Because the preservation of our profession is not only as a matter of form over substance, but also as a matter of substance, being a significant part of our livelihood. And to this end, you will see and agree with me and be enriched by the lineup of our seasoned professionals that possess invaluable academic and professional credentials and pedigree that would do justice to the subject matter. I have no doubt in my mind that everybody here would somehow have gotten some value and have to take away at the end of this conference. Most importantly, by engaging in this conversation and exchanging ideas at this conference, we are not only attempting to continue to preserve our livelihood, we will and we are also preserving the future for the accountants on board. And I encourage all of us that we participate freely and interactively. Now, all of us that are here today, you agree with me, we are all standing on the shore of the pioneers, the promoters, and the protectors of the accountancy profession. So, journey. And while we discuss the serious business, we will also manage to have some fun. As we all know, they say all work and no play makes got not only got this guy, but has been answering Adeyemo too in the voice. So therefore, I encourage you to prepare to have some fun, love, and for this boys, we have arranged a lot of good food at the hotel here and outside the hotel. We are prepared for you continental breakfast, which you must have been experiencing already. You will have contemporary lunch. You will have some Chinese here, and you will have Nigerian cuisine as a thank you for all levels of hot and spicy. So you will also have opportunity to swallow, have some vegetables. So these are all part of the game plan. Okay, alongside the good food and music and dance, we have the opportunity to induct new members through our special candidates program. We will also be having some performance of our fellowship to our deserving members. So alongside with that, we will have the conference with all available minds of Floridian, many hospitality in field, so Nigeria, Owambe, at the end of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, our various committees have worked very hard, tirelessly to prepare for your coming here today, and we appreciate your presence and your support. And we assure you that you will have a memorable experience at this conference. However, like my APP chair said, we will attempt to make you comfortable. But if for any reason we drop the ball, please, please would be to extend to us to raise an opportunity to make things right. And we shall also appreciate your cooperation in working with our committee members by following all the housekeeping rules at the conference, and also the rules and the little do's and don'ts, hotel rooms, how the food and beverages and other arrangements. And also, too, you will be expressing some entertainment around Florida. So, without taking much of your time, I welcome everybody here today. I say, please feel free to relax and enjoy your stay in Florida. Thank you, and I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Adeyemo. FCA, we really sincerely do appreciate that. Still standing on, the existing protocol. At this function, I have the honor, to actually introduce to many and also to bring forward to us the 58th ICANN president in person of Malam Tijani Musa Isa, BSc, MIOD, FCA. Please be seated while we listen to his profile.
Isa, BSc, MIOD, FCA, attended the famous Barewa College, Zaria. He proceeded to the prestigious Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, where he graduated with a Bachelor of Science degree in accounting in 1978 at age 22. He left for United Kingdom in 1980 to pursue his professional accountancy qualification. While in the UK, he attended Slough College of Higher Education, Wellington Street, Slough, Berkshire. Malam Tijani Musa Isa BSc, MIOD, FCA, attended the famous Barewa College, Zaria. He proceeded to the prestigious Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, where he graduated with a Bachelor of Science degree in accounting in 1978 at age 22. He left for United Kingdom in 1980 to pursue his professional accountancy qualification. While in the UK, he attended Slough College of Higher Education, Wellington Street, Slough, Berkshire, London School of Accountancy, Longford Street, London and Emily Wolff College of Accountancy, Holborn, London, for accountancy lectures to prepare for the Association of Certified Chartered Accountants (ACCA) examinations. On his return to Nigeria, he joined the firm of Mutari Dangana and Co-Chartered Accountants. He subsequently attended the ICANN Special Candidates Conversion course and became a member of the institute in 1998. He became a fellow of ACCA in 2003 and of ICANN in 2008. To further hone his leadership skills, Malam Tijani also attended the Columbia Business School Executive Education Program, Columbia University, New York, USA, and Wharton School, University of Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, in United States of America. The president had his practical accounting experience in different accounting firms, including Obiora Monu and Co. Chartered Accountants, Mutari Dangana and Co. Chartered Accountants, and Sadar Idris and Co. Chartered Accountants. In 2002, he set up Tijani Musa Isa and Co. Chartered Accountants, a medium-sized practice with interest in public and private sector projects, including World Bank-sponsored projects. Malam Tijani has served in the private sector all through his professional life. He worked for a year with Bank of the North Limited before proceeding to the United Kingdom in 1980. On his return, he worked in diverse companies such as SCOA Nigeria PLC, Kaduna Furniture and Carpets Company Limited, Nigerian Unity Line PLC. He was also AGM Internal Audit and subsequently Director Treasury of Intercellular Nigeria Limited from 1998 to 2001. In the last 21 years, Malam Tijani has been in active professional practice, handling very diverse and complex audit, non-audit engagements, and promoting the values of integrity, accuracy, accountability, and transparency. He's obsessed with providing quality services to clients. Malam Tijani works with many small firms as a strategy to promote capacity building amongst practitioners. He is also a member of the prestigious Institute of Directors, IOD, Nigeria. Since his election to ICANN Council in 2009, the president has served the institute in various council committees, either as chairman, deputy chairman, or member. On the international scene, he holds the following positions: Member of Council, International Federation of Accountants, IFAC, the world body of professional accountancy organizations. Board Member, Pan-African Federation of Accountants, PAFA, and current President, Association of Accountancy Bodies in West Africa.
Sorry about that. The glitch is coming from the projector. We'll have the hotel personnel make that change right now, while we'll have to start, the profile listening one more time. Apologies about the glitch, everyone. The profile. It is. We will need to listen to his profile all over again. Are you done at this time?
Malam Musa.
Do you think it's fine now?
Musa Isa.
Is it fine? Someone's speaking.
BSc
Excuse me. It's not reading HTML.
Still no connection. Yes, sir. Okay. All righty.
MIOD FC Institute of Directors. Yes, Malam Tijani has been in active professional practice, handling very diverse and audit, non-audit engagements, and promoting the values of integrity.
Yes, you can come over, sir. Yes, sir.
Sorry for the hiccup.
Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's start by again apologize. Given that this date and venue has been decided 1 year ago, and for us to start late, I think is very sad. So I once more apologize for not starting late, especially given that the chairman of Malaysia was in the air for 36 hours straight here. You understand? Yes. I'm also made an observation that last year we were in Dallas. It was Embassy by Hilton. Today we're in Orlando. It is round trip by Hilton. So I don't know the affinity of Hilton. Okay, USA. Okay. Thank you very much. I wish to read this address very short and we go ahead. I don't usually read this last one, so please. The Vice President of ICANN and the coordinator USN Society of ICANN, Dr. Innocent Weka of Warsaw, FCIB, FCS. Council members present, Dr. Dich, all go to FCs. The registrar of the IPP, who led us this place last year. Madam, you are welcome. The registrar, Chief Executive Professor Ahmed Mufet, FCA. The chairman, USA and the Society of ICANN, Mr. Antonio Adeyemo, FC. The executive members and other members of the USA and the Society of ICANN. Other members of the USA districts, professional colleagues here present or attending online. Ladies and gentlemen, good day to you all. It gives me great pleasure to be part of the 9th ICANN USA International Accountants Conference. We are presented with a unique privilege to examine the future of our legal profession and the global economy. The challenges of the times are as diverse as they are widespread. The depth of the disruptions and their overlapping consequences are posing great threats. There are fears of existential risks to some organizations and businesses, while in the worst case scenario, to humanity in its entirety. We are at the most critical juncture in history, in world history. The humanitarian crisis that Russia-Ukraine war is engendering has reached a worrying dimension with social and economic consequences. Its multiplier effects are currently subject to conjecture, with no definite understanding of its overarching impact. The energy and food crisis escalated by the Ukraine crisis is worsening in a world already fragile by the coronavirus pandemic. It is estimated that the virus has taken over 6 million lives globally. And the world is yet to overcome the health challenge occasioned by the virus. Although significant progress is being made on vaccination. Against the backdrop of the Russia-Ukraine conflicts, food and energy crisis, as well as the pandemic, is the urgent need to maintain a balance between profiting and protecting the planet. This is a huge task requiring global transition to allow carbon economy. It's now realized that the natural and social capital on which our existence depends on grossly being compromised. Technological disruptions are introducing both opportunities and drawbacks. The widening gap in technology adoption between the developed and developing economies are deepening social and economic disparities. Similarly, technology adoption capabilities vary widely among various sizes of firms and businesses. This is producing a world of equal opportunities with its attendant social, economic, and political implications. Sadly, institutions and professionals are not fully prepared for the new reality, often reacting separately to each disruption. The overlapping nature and interconnectedness of these disruptions suggests that a new strategic approach is required with the ability to simultaneously address the unfolding realities. Indeed, current new risk management practices must evolve to successfully navigate this constantly changing environment. The accounting profession and accountants operate in this milieu of ever-changing world. It is important that we guard not just the tenets of the profession, but the value add we provide our clients and the economy. As trusted advisors, we must prove and sustain our ability to adapt and thrive amid disruption and adversity. The need for this has been heightened with changes coming from technological disruptions, increasing awareness on sustainability and non-financial reporting, and the rapid evolution of new service lines and business opportunities. In addition, clients and employers are also facing increased complexity on several accounting and financial fronts, and they are looking for the novel profession to solve it for them. And arguably, the demands are high for trusted advisors. We must rise to the expectations as we serve the diverse clients. Achieving this is the focus of this conference with the theme, Sustaining a Resilient Accountancy Profession in Disruptive Environments. I have no doubt that the highly experienced facilitators lined up for the event will do justice to the theme and subject. As I conclude, I use this opportunity to remind you all about the forthcoming 52nd Annual Accountants Conference of the Institute, scheduled to hold between 10 and 14 October 2022 at the International Conference Center. The theme of the conference is Adopting Sustainability for Economic Prosperity. It will be a great honor for me to personally welcome you all. Also, you are invited to participate at the 51st World Congress of Accountants taking place in Mumbai, India, between November 18 and 21, 2020. It will be hosted by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India with the theme Building Trust and Enabling Sustainability. On this note, ladies and gentlemen, I commend the leadership of ICA USA and District Society for bringing together this audience of seasoned and tested experts to dimension the theme and sub-themes of conference. I know we are here for a truly productive time as we contribute to building a more resilient and impactful accounting profession in disruptive environments. Before I conclude, I would like to sincerely recognize and appreciate and thank our members in diaspora for the congratulatory message on my elected presidency in the newspapers in Nigeria. Thank you very much. Told by Professor Kukola, the chairman of the Medicine Society, and I thank you very much. And I also draw your attention to one word, sustainability. Sustainability is the theme of our conference. Sustainability also is in the IFAC. And if you look at your own thing, sustainability comes in. So sustainability is in, and it's our responsibility as members of the global corporation, especially ICA, to do justice to that and prove our work contribute overall. On this note, ladies and gentlemen, I commend the leadership. I wish all the delegates a pleasant stay in Florida. Thank you for your rapt attention, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Another round of applause for our president. Thank you very much, Alan. We really appreciate it. You're moving along. You're welcome, Ajia. We're really happy to have you in our presence. Thank you so much. We will switch over. Which one? Okay. Yeah, we're moving on to the next program on the agenda, and that will be a special guest speech. A person will be given this, no other person but Mr. Dimeji, to be able to introduce the speaker. Our special guest will actually be zooming in, so he's going to be, giving a speech virtually. Or we'll have Mr. Dimeji Akinola, FCA, bring him on. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, and professional colleagues, I'm so pleased once again to be with you this morning, to have the chance to introduce our guest of honor and speaker, a youth advocate and currently manages the fiscal policy strategy of the 5th largest economy in Africa. Our guest speaker is an alumni of prestigious Kennedy School of Government and holds a PhD in forensic accounting and auditing. a first Nigerian, for that matter, to be invited to present a paper at the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners Global Fraud Conference in USA. He has been one of the main proponents of whistleblowing culture in Africa and has great depth of experience in this topic. He's a fascinating person, and I believe we are all in for a treat today. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming the 22nd Honorable Commissioner of Finance and the youngest cabinet member of the current administration in Lagos State, Nigeria, Dr. Rabiu Onolapo Olowo.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you can hear me. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you can hear me.
Good morning. Please speak on.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you can hear me now.
Yes, loud and clear, please.
Excellent.
Yes, we can hear you. Speak on.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to be here this morning. I'm absolutely delighted to have been chosen as the special guest of honor of the year 2022 ICANN USA conference. It is a great honor with the presence of the 58th president of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, Malam Tijani Musa Isa, the vice president of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, Dr. Innocent Okosa, the immediate past president, Mrs. Comfort Olu Eyitayo, the registrar and CEO of ICANN, Professor Ahmed Kumshe, the council members of ICANN here present, Dr. Adedeji Awobotu, the chairman of ICANN USA District, Mr. Anthony Adeyemo, members of ICANN USA District, and visitors like the chairman ICANN Malaysia District, Dr. Oluwatoyin Kukuola, members of our association, all prominent members and dignitaries in attendance, paper presenters and discussants. Good morning, everyone. I had planned to be with you physically in Florida this morning to attend this conference, but due to state exigencies, I am connected virtually. So thanks to the disruptive effect of technology, making this happen this morning. The theme of this year's conference, Sustaining a Resilient Accountancy Profession in Disruptive Environment, is very timely, considering the issues the world faces today and the role of accountants, which has forced a rethinking of everything, including the management of public finances, solution-focused interventions, finance business partnering, technology-enabled tools, etc. The world economies have spent a better part of the last 3 years confronting a global health pandemic, which turned into an economic crisis. During these times, public sector budgets had to be reconsidered and reordered based on new priorities and concerns, especially in the area of health spending, welfare, security, and social order. I therefore commend the leadership of the ICANN USA District for choosing a theme that touches on the very pertinent and contemporary issue, providing relevant opportunities for professionals across private, public sector organizations to share their thoughts, exchange views with the mindset of developing a common front in addressing important fiscal and socioeconomic challenges foisted on us by various elements of disruptions. This will afford me the opportunity to speak about the Lagos experience. Distinguished conference attendees, it is a fact that COVID-19 pandemic has been a major global challenge and economic crisis of our age. Governments around the world have committed trillions of dollars in stimulus for recovery in areas of health, food security, job, and poverty alleviation. In Nigeria, Lagos is the epicenter of COVID-19 pandemic, a city of just about 20 million people on a very small piece of land, about 3,577 square kilometers, which means that Lagos has the highest population density in the whole country. But true to the leadership of Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, and the partnership of various stakeholders, including accountants, especially accountants, we reordered the 2020 budget, we reordered the 2021 budget to align with new sets of priorities. Accountants in the Lagos State government partnered with the Ministry of Health to create business models for COVID-19 testing, bringing in the private sector in order to structure the testing activities around the need to test and the want to test. This makes it possible for the rich to subsidize poor. All testing for the need to test categories remains free in all government centers. The effect of COVID-19, especially on public finances, is great, making it challenging for international, national, and subnational governments to maintain the level of funding required to deliver on their statutory mandates. Similarly, relevant conversations and deliberations were geared towards business continuity and operational recovery in the private sector entities. Ladies and gentlemen, generally speaking, the pandemic has compelled all of us, whether in public or private sectors, to focus more attention on exploring ways to do more with less. We have been strategically conditioned to finding ways of optimizing spending by ensuring that we cut down on wastages. COVID-19 pandemic has indeed been a wake-up call on many fronts, as it has exposed the gaps and highlighted vulnerabilities in a way we handle public and private finances. Another critical and dominant economy disruption is digitization, which is achieved by innovative business model and solutions. We must rapidly embrace technology as a tool for increasing transparency, effectiveness, efficiency, and accountability, as well as expanding citizens' access to public service in a manner that is cost-effective and solution-oriented. Every opportunity to reduce non-essential spending must equally be seized with both hands. Consequently, the accounting profession is at a tipping point, and accountants need to innovate and remain relevant throughout the value chain of an organization from a business partnering perspective. You all agree with me that the world we live today has changed radically by technology. The way we live, the way we work, and the way we do business. The impact of digital disruptions is evidently so pervasive that no business in any sector is immune from such impact. Consequently, businesses today demand more technical readiness from accountants. Business strategies, growth planning, and future vertical industry trends all are yearning for accountants that are digitally savvy. There are various and several technologies that have emerged: drones, robots, blockchain, virtual reality, augmented reality, artificial intelligence, and the Internet of Things. In fact, the World Economic Forum stated in a year 2018 Future Jobs report that the jobs landscape will massively shift with a great negative impact on several jobs, including that of the accountants and the auditors. The report predicted the digital transformation specialists, data, big data analysts, information technology specialists, as well as AI and machine learning will be the most relevant job in 2022 and beyond. Sovereign nations and subnational governments like ours have taken proactive steps to ensure that our policy formulation, implementation is aimed at improving the quality of financial management. some of the working framework, like the Treasury Single Account, the Government Integrated Financial Management Information System, the State Fiscal Transparency, Accountability, and Sustainability Program for Results, SIFTAs, all are geared towards disrupting the way we currently do business and government in order to achieve the desired reforms underlying prudence, openness, transparency, and accountability. Lagos State government is doing a lot in that regard, from cleaning up our payroll system to embracing automation and technology in the management of our land and property records. We recently also introduced the whistleblower hotline in Lagos State with Lagos Internal Revenue Service as our pilot MDA. We want to make sure that all this exploration of innovative ways of mobilizing capital to deliver the Lagos of our dream. The accounting profession, as a matter of urgency, must adapt to the disruption brought by the new normal and see the opportunities it brings to contribute to the future success of their organization and the society. 58th President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, conference attendees, I wish you a very wonderful deliberation as we move ahead on other programs and sessions for this conference. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
Awesome. Thank you very much to our special guest, Dr. Olu. We really appreciate that. At this junction, we'll be having the official photo shoot. The location for that will be right in front of the pool area. We will follow the order of photography, and it should be very swift before we'll then come in for the next section will be for the technical section, whereby the professional technical committee chair will be, anchoring from that onward. But at this junction, we will quickly all proceed after Mr. President for the photography. It's just very close by the pool area. I will lead while I'll follow in the order of the presidency.
So let me know that once you stop back. Sorry for that.
I'll see you. Okay. Thank you very much.
What's up, James? We're not on Zoom yet. Okay, no, what's up? What are you, guys? Oh, no. Oh, and you live here, that's all. Hello? Second, you cannot play the video from here, right? Okay, and then you know something.
Can we please have everybody come back into the conference room? Let me take it. Oh no, I thought you were trying to do it. I'm fine with it.
Yeah, this one is one of those ones that you have to speak into.
Oh, really?
That's why.
You keep.
That's what it is.
Can we please have everybody get back in so we can proceed with the program? We don't want to have Mr. President waiting for us, do we? It's okay to bring in your little treats and your tea, you know, to just have it by your side. I mean, while the other part of the program, you know, continues. But let's have everybody come back right in. Thank you, everyone. And it was a pleasant photography session out there. But permit me, I seek your indulgence, permit me to please, you know, send my note of apology for anyone, you know, that felt not so pleased with how, you know, the order had proceeded. We sincerely do apologize for that. There are certain protocols that need to be adhered to, but by no means are we, you know, taking anyone for granted. So sincere apologies goes out on behalf of the board from me to you all. So I hope my apology is accepted. Do I get a sound? Yes. I sincerely appreciate you. Thank you. Just like they say, Mr. Sandy, and I appreciate you saying that. If I stand right here and I tell you there won't be need for apology next time, then I might be, you know, speaking out of context. So I will not say, you know, there might be glitches and all that. So I mean, we apologize upfront, but by every means, when you bring that to our knowledge, we'll make sure, you know, we make things right. That is our goal. One of our primary goals is to ensure that every delegate, right, that is here represented, because we know you've taken, you know, your time, resources, efforts, just be part of this history with ICANN USA. We don't take it for granted at all, and we want to make sure you have, you know, an explicit, you know, memory. You want to have, you know, a phenomenal time with us. We're doing everything in our power, everything within, you know, our means. So please just bear with us and do not hesitate to let us know feedbacks, you know, that way we know how to quickly address things and put things back in order. Do I get a yes? Yes. Awesome. So we're still super excited, fired up, you know, for the next section that we're going to be going through. Thank you, everyone, presidency, the council members. You all are awesome. We appreciate you all. And without further ado, I'm going to have the man of the hour, Mr. John Kwame, can I have you right here? He's the professional, technical, and committee chairman of the ICANN USA District Society. So he's going to be manning and championing the technical section. I'm going to be coming in and out, zooming in, making sure we're on time, making sure we can still quickly pick up time because we've been so delayed. But that's really far behind us right now. We are moving on, we're forging ahead to see what next, how can we, still make this remarkable? Because this conference is set out to be remarkable, and we're not going to settle for anything less. Mr. Joe Akwanishile, FCA, you're right here, over to you. Take it over.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're trying to connect Dr. Olu.
Okay, you need to show your video just like you did. You can see.
I can hear you very well. I am hoping you can hear me.
Okay, good.
Introducing man.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Morning. Okay. Mr. President, please allow me to stand on all existing protocols. Dr. Rabi Ulu has been introduced already. He's the youngest commissioner in the Lagos State Cabinet, which means he's the most energetic person in the cabinet. He represents in Nigeria. So he also represents us at the government level. He represents our profession. And the good news about him has been great. He is a specialist in whistleblowing, which is the first session of this training. Just some housekeeping rules. This course qualifies for 1 NAFTA credit. If you are online, you have to attend for at least 50 minutes and answer 3 or 4 polling questions. And at the end of the course, all of us, whether online or in person, we have to complete evaluation survey in order to qualify for the CP, 1 CP credit. I won't waste time reintroducing Dr. Lobo again. Please welcome Dr. Rabi Ulu.
Thank you very much, Chairman of Conference. I hope you can hear me so that I can speak on. And you can see the screen as well.
Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Hello.
I can hear you. Can you hear me? Excellent. Can you see the screen now?
Yes.
Thank you very much, and good morning again. I would like to thank the conference at the organizers again for inviting me to share this learning and also receive feedback from this audience. As I have been introduced, I'm the current Honorable Commissioner for Finance in Lagos, but I just want to mention that I've been doing fraud research for over 10 years now, and particularly the research on whistleblowing. This same particular content I want to share with you, I've been doing this research in the last 7 years. It is an honor and privilege to share this with you today. But let me warn you, whistleblowing is a highly sensitive and extremely divisive topic. We're going to explore whistleblowing culture in Africa. And we are also going to understand the moderating role of financial incentives. I'd like to go through the presentation in this outline, looking at cultural barriers to whistleblowing in Africa, looking at the factors against whistleblowing in Africa. And at the end of the day, we would look at the building block for whistleblowing culture in corporate Africa. And as accountants, we'll look at the question of financial incentives. As you may all be aware, whistleblowing is an essential component of fraud detection. However, the practice of whistleblowing has not been widely accepted by corporate Africa. This session hopes to unveil all the cultural barriers and offer practical solutions from my experience gained in the private sector and now in the public sector, and also my experience as a teacher, in conferences and business schools in Nigeria and in the United States. I have had the opportunity of speaking with thousands of people. So what that affords me is understanding people's insight from different cultures. And that's one of the advantages of being a teacher. I'm sure Professor Popola would agree to that, because as a teacher, you learn more from other people, not necessarily people learning from what you say. So this session will unveil the cultural barriers and offer solutions on how to encourage whistleblowing as an acceptable corporate behavior. It's really important for us to note the diversity of the continent that we're talking about. Africa is a unique continent, and I'm sure quite a number of our audience are Africans. A continent of 54 countries.
Spoken exclusively to Al Jazeera following his sacking last week by Jonathan Sanusi and Lamido Sanusi was fired.
Hello?
We can hear you, sir.
Okay, I was hearing something playing. Yeah. So looking at the context to which we're speaking from, the diversity of Africa in itself, a continent of 54 countries, over 1 billion people, over 3,000 ethnic groups. Many people outside of Africa usually makes the mistake of thinking that Africa is a country. I have experienced this over time when we travel outside of Africa. Oh, it's from Africa, as if Africa is a country. Africa is extremely and highly diverse, even with the shared similarities that we have. So given that societal cultures vary, what does this mean for the act of whistleblowing? What does this imply for international organizations operating in societies with different cultures that create whistleblower policies? How do corporate subsidiaries implement policies in cultures different from their own base? Can policies and legislation about whistleblowing developed in one society effectively transferred into another society with opposing cultural orientation? So these are the questions that we will need to bear in mind, which will serve as a foundation towards the understanding of the relationship between culture and speaking up when people observe wrongdoing. Conference attendees, our research has shown that every day, thousands of employees across Africa experience one or more forms of unethical practices, especially in the workplace and even in government institutions. I am sure that you have heard the saying that if you see something, you say something. Most people who observe such misconduct, they remain silent, indifferent, or they conclude that there's nothing they can do to stop the problem. That is why you will see that it is evident in many parts of Africa, and we're going to show you data that the risk of corruption is significantly heightened in environments where the reporting of wrongdoing is not fashionable. You will see that the risk of corruption is significantly heightened in environments where the reporting of wrongdoing is not fashionable. If you come to my culture as a Yoruba man, what does the word whistleblower means? Literally, it's a negative word. Olofofo. Olofofo is somebody who sees something and says something. It should be a good word. It should be a good affirmation. When you see something, you say something. That is the meaning of Olofofo. But in context, Olofofo is a terrible thing. If you are named Olofofo, you are a snitch, you are a rat, you are a snake. Nobody wants to associate with you. And that's where we begin to tie the cultural context of saying something within this particular perspective that we're trying to share. To date, research has not effectively detached the culture. That's the effect that culture has on whistleblowing, and this is understandable. And that's exactly what this presentation or session is hoping to demystify. How many of you are well familiar with the publication called the CPI, the Corruption Perception Index, by the Transparency International? The data we are seeing here is the live CPI data for 2021. Every year, Transparency International publishes a report on all countries across the world in terms of the public perception of those countries on corruption. 100 score means that the country is absolutely clean and there's no element of corruption. But we haven't seen any country that has scored 100 since the report is being published. So what it means is that governments across the world have improvement opportunities in embedding tools and commitment to ensure that they manage the risk of corruption. But what do we see here? We can see the scores coming out from sub-Saharan Africa. We can see the scores coming out from America. We are seeing Europe, Western Europe, Central Eastern Europe. What I see here is that corruption is rife in Africa. Sub-Saharan Africa has the lowest score, meaning that the highest perception when it comes to corruption. In fact, the global average score is 43%. Africa is doing 33%, which is appalling, which is very, very poor. America is still within the global average scores. Not America as a country, but all countries within the North and Southern America. Has one of the highest scores, meaning that countries within this region to have low level of corruption. And we can see for Central Asia and Eastern Europe as well. This figure has a whole lot to tell about the relationship between. Please, can you help me tell the system people? I think I'm hearing some voice.
You're here. We can proceed. We can all hear you.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. So thank you very much. So so we can all see the possible relationship between environments where there are cultures that do not encourage speaking up. There are cultures that do not encourage when you see something, you say something, and you can see the relationship between those cultures and their public perception on corruption. In this study, I'd like to share with you that whistleblowing specifically concerns the relationship, as you already know, between individuals and the groups. The issue of whistleblowing is becoming prevalent. And the most widely used definition is that of the expansive view that was given by Marshall and Maselli. They describe whistleblowing as the disclosure by organization members, formally or current, of illegal, immoral, or legitimate practices under the control of employees or persons. We have established before now that, let's come down to sub-Saharan Africa, whether it is Nigeria, whether it is Ghana, whether it is Gambia, whether it's Niger. We all see very similar figures coming out from there in terms of the statistics. In Africa, the philosophy of whistleblowing is confronted with a number of challenges that have hindered its success and acceptability. There is a cultural problem here. There's a culture of silence. And that's why I believe when people say, what freedom do we seek? Or what freedom do we have? It is true that we have freedom of speech. But the question is, what of freedom after speech? Whistleblowers are under attack. Many people choose not to blow the whistle because of so many reasons. But one of the many reasons that has become very popular is the fear of retaliation. And we're going to talk about all of this: fear of retaliation, fear of demotion, death threats, job loss. But that is not the focus here today. The focus is understanding the fundamental, the foundational causes where there is a cultural context to the culture of silence. I have been doing whistleblowing research in the last 7 years consistently. And I came across the work of Professor Gert Hofstede. Cultural orientation was the work of Professor Gert Hofstede within 1967 and 1973. Till today, this work is the most comprehensive studies on how culture influences values in the workplace. And it postulated 6 dimensions of national culture. And during my survey in the last 7 years, speaking with people, we're able to pick a few of Professor Gert Hofstede's cultural dimensions and what the people told us, the data we received from the field. And we have come to understand that there are 6 topical issues to discuss when it comes to the reasons why people observe wrongdoing and they still choose to keep quiet. Collectivism. What is collectivism? Collectivism is a cultural dimension whereby, so when we say collectivism, so we should mean collectivism and individualism. So if a country is not a collectivist country, then it's going to be an individualist country. Many parts of Africa are highly collectivist. What do we mean? Collectivism emphasizes the importance of employees acting in ways to benefit in group through shared belief, norms, long-term relationships. And that's why in America today, when you see somebody from Ghana, you will say, oh, he's my brother. When a Yoruba man sees an Igbo man in Atlanta, he is my brother. We were brought up that way, that communal and collectivist approach. In fact, when we were young, we were coached to watch out for each other. So what does this have to do with whistleblowing? In collectivist culture, children are taught to think of we rather than I. And that's why in employment and in the workplace, employees see themselves as members of an extended family. So if my colleague is doing something wrong at work, because he is my brother, I will see no need, or I am not incentivized to reporting. That is collectivism. Many countries in Africa, Nigeria, Ghana, Zambia, Kenya, Uganda, Senegal, Tanzania, Cameroon, Egypt, Burkina Faso are highly collectivist, with South Africa being somewhere less so. And we're going to talk about some of these things. Power distance. We're going to look at non-retaliation laws and fear of retaliation. We're going to look about religious superstitious belief. We're going to understand the impact of poverty. And we're going to talk about loyalty as one value that has something to do with whistleblowing. We've talked about collectivism. The concept of collectivism tells you that you should be your brother's keeper. So if you are your brother's keeper, why are you going to go to report your brother when you observe him doing the wrong thing? Nobody is answering me? Okay, I'm not going to need an answer for that, but we all understand the intricacies and the possible relationship between this kind of culture. Collectivism in itself is an absolutely good value system, while individualism is an absolutely good value system as well for those countries who practice it. But what we're trying to establish is not whether collectivism is good or it is bad, or whether individualism is good or bad, but we're trying to establish the relationship between this cultural dimension and whistleblowing. The second thing we're going to talk about is power distance. What does power distance has to do with whistleblowing? The workplace in Africa is largely characterized by hierarchy. There's hierarchy in workplaces in Africa. There's respect. Power distance is the degree to which employees feel comfortable approaching or contradicting their supervisors. In fact, in many parts of Africa, if you share an opposing views with your supervisor, you are termed as rude and condescending. And research has shown that power distance is negatively related to internal reporting. And that's why I tell you that there are only two rules. The first rule is that the boss is always right. And the second rule is that when the boss is wrong, you should refer to rule 1. That is one of the issues that we have as a continent, and that has contributed to people's ability or create that incentive to report a wrongdoing when they observe one in the workplace. Let's move on to, okay, so these are data coming out from Professor Ofsit's study many, many years ago. And you will see the degree of power distance across countries. Look at Nigeria with a power distance of 80 out of 100. Ghana, Zambia, Kenya, and look at South Africa, somewhere in the middle. And for most of you who have traveled to South Africa before, you understand that there is that mix, there's that balance of Africanism and the Western nations. And I think that explains the reason why South Africa is somewhere in the middle. But what I want you to see here is that most of the places in Africa, they have very, very close figures on power distance. Look at the United States of America. So it doesn't mean that hierarchy in the workplace only exists in Africa. It exists in other places, but at a lower rate than others. The USA, according to this study, has a power distance of 40. The United Kingdom has a power distance of 35. But look at other countries in Africa with with an average rate of about 70. Workplace in Africa is hierarchy-centric. We'll move on very, very quickly to I think the third element, which is laws, whistleblowing laws. Like we have established before, one of the most feared reasons why people do not want to come out to whistleblow or to speak up when they observe wrongdoing is fear of retaliation. We've also gone around to understand what is the real reasons why this is happening. Out of 54 countries in Africa, only 9 countries that I know of have enacted laws that substantially protect the whistleblower. For most of these countries, we have the South Africa Protected Disclosure Act. We have the Ghana Whistleblower Act. Kenya too has its own Whistleblower Act. And a host of other countries within Africa, totaling about 9. This is not sufficient. Whistleblowers are heroes. Whistleblowers are people that should be celebrated. It is an enormous responsibility within the context of Africa for someone, either at the workplace or in the society, to observe wrongdoing and come up to talk about this, even when there are no laws that substantially protect such persons. As a government and as owners of companies, the least we can do for our whistleblowers is to protect them. And that is why in Lagos State, this month, we launch our whistleblower policy. And we are working with one of the big 4 firms, Deloitte, for anonymous reporting. And we are starting with one of our largest MDA, which is the Lagos Internal Revenue Service. And we hope to embed this and to grow it into other MDA in the next year. I'll move on to the other critical issue that creates that cultural context to whistleblowing, which is religious superstitious belief. In Africa, we are absolutely and highly, I'll call it religious. Religious superstitious belief is distinct from religious practices or religious behaviors. In many cultures in Africa, it is believed as part of our religious orientation that if you do good, good will come to you. And that if you do bad, bad will come to you. Most people see the decision to report another person's unethical behavior to a third party or a higher authority as doing bad. Oh, if I report him, he's going to lose his job. Oh, if I report him and he lost his job, his children will be out of school, he will be poor, he will be this, and we'll begin to rationalize because we don't want to be seen to be doing a bad thing because of the stiff punishment that awaits such person. I'll move on very quickly as well to talk about poverty, the effect of poverty. There's no gainsaying. We know that one of the poorest countries in the world are located in Africa. In fact, 75% of the world's poorest countries are located in Africa. So our research also went further to establish, is there a relationship between poverty and whistleblowing? And this is the question. Is poverty the principal cause of corruption in Africa? Or is corruption the principal cause of poverty in Africa? Does anybody have that answer? Is poverty the principal cause of corruption in Africa? Or corruption is the principal cause of poverty in Africa?
It depends on perspective.
It depends on perspective.
Yeah. It depends on perspective. Because if it's from corruption perspective,
so I can hear that. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. If you look at it from the corruption perspective, that people are poor because the money or the resources meant to ensure they are having good quality life, it may mean that they remain poor because of that. Or if you look at it from the poverty perspective, they're saying that because people are poor, they think that they can't help themselves. So the poverty is feeding into the corruption. So it's which one comes first, the chicken or the egg? I think this one.
Absolutely. 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 Is that the president? Is that Mr. President?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. You are absolutely correct. In fact, in reality, the relationship between poverty and corruption is like a chicken and egg conundrum. So essential control over resources and income is based in the hand of a privileged few. In many African states, especially in sub-Saharan Africa and North Africa, things like employment, job security, health benefits, food, and social welfare are not existent. People who have jobs are not ready to take the risk of being a whistleblower for the fear of losing their livelihood. In fact, in Africa, research shows that an average human being is responsible for 6 others. And this ties with our collectivist culture. If I have a job, I am responsible for my brother and some of my in-law that do not have. But in individualistic culture, every man is on his own. Africa is the world's poorest continent. The role that poverty plays in allowing misconduct to thrive cannot be underestimated. So there is this fear factor. The fear of poverty. Oh, I have a job. Oh, if I go and report now, somebody will, there will be retaliation. People don't want to take that chance as well. Our research indicates that there's a relationship between poverty and whistleblowing. I'll move on to, I think, the last factor that we have identified here, which is loyalty. If you look at loyalty, that's the trade-off between loyalty and fairness. And the question I always ask when I present this is that loyalty and fairness, they are basic moral values. But when it comes to whistleblowing decision, they often conflict. And I'm going to ask this question again. And the question is, if you have a company, who are you going to employ? Is he a loyal person or a fair person? So let me define it for you. A loyal person is someone who will stand with you regardless of what you do and the impact of what you do on the society. He will stand with you and he will make sure that he covers your track. A fair person is somebody who is fair, who will stand for what is right against what the company is doing, vis-a-vis the impact on the society. a fair human being. If you are a manufacturing company and you are stealing carbon dioxide, we're in the era of sustainability and all of that, and the company is spoiling the health. After many warnings and internal briefings, the company has refused to stop. A fair person will report to authority. So who are you going to employ? Is it a loyal person or a fair person? Huh? I am hearing two answers. So the issue here is that I like loyal people. I also like fair people. I like loyal people, like most people. And I also like fair people, but there is a trade-off. Many studies demonstrate that a fairness and loyalty trade-off predicts people's willingness to blow the whistle. So these are issues. Many people that I know of will prefer, to go for that loyal person. Someone who's got your what? Your back. And those are some of the issues that inhibits, that affect when people see something, they can't say anything because they are loyal. We'll move on very.
Honorable Commissioner.
Yes, sir. Mr. President.
Yes, I'm thinking now about the four factors you have listed. Now, you look at the alignment between this issue of trade-off and that of the religion we're talking about. And you will say in a nutshell, it's about conscience. Your conscience should guide you to do the right thing. So if you are convinced your conscience right is like publish and be done, kind of. You understand? And in one of your slides, you say, do good, good will come unto you. And doing good means your conscience has guided you to do the right thing, and that is good, and then good will come to you. So the issue of loyalty or fairness will be put aside. That your conscience dictates that you do the right thing, and that is something good, and good will come to you. This is the way I look at it, then subscribing to primordial instincts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And you are right. And you know why I say you are right. Mr. President, you are a good man. But in my years of experience, I have, because of my line of job, I have had the opportunity of investigating and speaking to over 1,000 workplace thieves. And I can tell you that, you mentioned the issue of conscience. There's no conscience anywhere anymore. But we thank God that Mr. President still has conscience. Thank you very much, sir. So I will move on. As has been said, the stories of whistleblowers are compelling. There is no reason why we're going to talk about these issues, and we will not talk about courageous people who have gone beyond board, their shoulders high to do the unthinkable, damn the consequences of speaking up when they observe wrongdoing. in the workplace. The story of the courageous South African businesswoman, Michelle Arden, is very compelling, profound. Mitchell was managing director of Plastic Pipe Company in South Africa. Our company was part of a crooked cartel that had been fixing prices, rigging bids for decades. As managing director of Pet Zetakis Africa Limited, she became increasingly uncomfortable with the collusive practices that she had witnessed in the plastic pipe industry. Consequently, she arranged what turned out to be the most important meetings referred to in this case. She invited several cartel members to a breakfast meeting and told them that Pet Zetakis and its subsidiaries will no longer participate in any collusive activities. She did the same within her own firm and took the necessary steps to ensure this outcome. Michelle Arden was relieved of her duty, was relieved of her job as managing director of the company. The competition tribunal remarked that Arden's testimony demonstrated that redemption is possible even in the most unlikely environment. After becoming a whistleblower for the competition tribunal, like I said, she was fired from her position. These are stories of brave people within Africa. Everyone knows the story of Sanusi Lamido Sanusi, the unafraid Nigerian banker, who is now a former emir of Kano due to similar tendencies. Sanusi Lamido Sanusi, a former central bank governor, was suspended from office amidst a controversial revelation of a missing $20 billion. Let's listen to the video of Sanusi, please. Can you play the video, please?
Yes, one sec, please.
After Sanusi Lamido Sanusi
My commissioner, sir.
Yes, please.
I will have to have you start sharing because I will have to take the sharing.
I have stopped sharing.
Okay.
Good.
Central bank has spoken exclusively to And the former governor of Nigeria's central bank has spoken exclusively to Al Jazeera following his sacking last week by President Goodluck Jonathan. Sanusi Lamido Sanusi was fired after he revealed that around $20 billion in public money from oil sales is missing. Yvonne Ndege reports from Lagos.
Nigeria is one of the world's largest oil producers. Oil accounts for more than 90% of state revenue, though as little as 1% of Nigerians are thought to benefit from the wealth. The sacked governor of Nigeria's central bank, Sanusi Lamido Sanusi, who spoke out about corruption in the sector, is now regarded a hero by many Nigerians for exposing that at least $20 billion in public money is missing from oil sales.
Revealed.
Sanusi says the money disappeared in the last 19 months. The money was supposed to be given to the central bank by the state oil company known as the NNPC.
As far as NNPC is concerned, we talk about $20 billion in 19 months. You can go back to 2011 and do the same exercise. Go back to 2010 and do the same exercise. come forward from July 2013 and do the same exercise, and the number simply increases.
Sanusi's allegations mean losses in public money could run into the hundreds of billions of dollars. The ex-governor says he won't be surprised if he's jailed for speaking out.
No, I'm not afraid. I think that if you do the kinds of things that I did, you would realize that you've put your signature on a piece of paper that says you're in trouble. But the only way this country will change is if people stop being intimidated by the state. Because what happens is a group of people basically capture the state, use the state to amass huge amounts of money, then use the enormous power of the state to intimidate everyone. Or we can remove you, we can jail you, or we can kill you.
Many people we spoke to in Abuja about Sanusi's sacking told us they thought the missing money might be used to fund election campaigns. Nigerians go to the polls next year to vote in presidential elections, but the ousted central bank governor thinks the public money may have already been squandered.
I think a lot of it is gone. It's all over there in the private jets you see on the tarmac in Abuja, in the yachts that are being bought by these people around, by the oil industry bigwigs, the young nouveau rich billionaires in $1 million shopping sprees. That's the lifestyle that's been financed with this money.
Sanusi plans to go to court to challenge his sacking. Nobody from the Nigerian government was prepared to talk to us about why Sanusi was removed. Yvonne Dege, Al Jazeera, Lagos.
Back to you, sir. We can see your screen too. We don't have sound though.
Eric, can you hear me now?
Thank you, we can hear you.
Yeah, I'm trying to put my, put in presentation mode. Hello, can you see it now?
Yeah, yes, we can see it, but we cannot see.
Excellent. So let me just move very quickly so I can round up. So another compelling story, everyone knows the story of Sanusi Lamido Sanusi. Another compelling story is John Kitongi, a former permanent secretary for ethics and governance in the office of the president of Kenya at that time, President Kibaki. He left for exile in Britain after receiving death threats. In 2006, Kitongi testified for Kenya's Parliamentary Public Account Committee in London. The committee does not normally move outside of the National Assembly in Nairobi, but Kitongi said he could not give his testimony in Kenya because of death threat. The testimony on the Anglo leasing scandal directly implicated several government ministers in an alleged multi-million-dollar scam. Kitongi is also a subject of a defamation case. But all these things that we're trying to talk about is that when people do these kind of things, it is absolutely predictable what happens to them. And that's why I see whistleblowers as heroes, and the least we can do for them is to create an environment that supports and protects them. We've talked about painful fates that which whistleblower spend so much time on this. Whistleblowers are under attack. They are called names. They are not protect. They don't portray them as team players, but rather as disloyal and disgruntled. They lose friends, even career opportunities. No one wants to hire them, and they suffer harassment from the public. Now, this we're going to spend like 2 minutes here. What's your take about the financial incentives for whistleblowers? We have seen different learnings across the world. For example, on the issue of financial incentive, if we use the USA model, financial incentive for whistleblowers is a good way to encourage potential whistleblowers to speak up. But you know what? Our friends from Britain, they don't agree with this perspective. Their perspective is that we are not sure of the merit of financial incentive for whistleblowers. After all, citizens have a civic duty to report wrongdoing, and the United Kingdom will not incentivize anyone financially for speaking up. What do you think?
Hello. The president, yes. Sorry, I hope I'm not talking too much. You see, Honorable Commissioner, it is irrelevant. But let me digress first. In the case of Islam Musi, there's something I'm not confirmed. But one of the leading governors of the bank, one of the chief executive of the bank said that that 20 billion was in his bank. You never heard anything about it. Again, the government, what should have done to debunk what he said, would have been to investigate him and allow him to defend what he said. He didn't do that. This is my point.
All right.
Something about I know personally, when I was director of treasury in Intercellular, which you saw in that clip, he was on the 9th floor, I think, of his floor. So I came very personally that day. Of course, we all know that we all know his antecedents in the sense that he's a very intelligent person and fearless. That's it. But his problem with Nigerian public, they are more interested in his personality than the message. They are more concerned with the messenger than the message. Now, coming back to the question you raised, or let's say imposer, you see, if you want to be religious, if your conscience is clear, you do the right thing and Allah will take care of you. Compensation or no compensation. If I were in that position, my concern is not whether it's the same problem with service liability. He knew that by saying that he would lose his job. Yet he wanted to do it. And I was with one academic, he was telling me that what he was doing are raising issues about Kano borrowing money in billions to build something, while that shouldn't be the priority of Kano when you have a classroom where 400 students were sitting thinking not. He was questioning the priority. But at the end of the exam came, but he saw it going. Because when he commissioned a study of the scholars about certain issues, the social issues, and I tell you what, Rob, Your Royal Highness, if you insist on that, don't you think you will lose your job as emir? So he said, it's better for him to lose the emirship than to be a prisoner of his conscience. And this was the use what I use, and the academic was telling me that was exactly what he used. So it's so incumbent. So in the final analysis, we are talking of conscience. If you do it, and you do it with clear conscience, relying on God, you know that He will take care of you. So that's the point. Whether you like it or not, one day must leave your position. Either you resign, you are sacked, you die, or you are dismissed. So what is it? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for that very, perspective, especially with the special, with the personal knowledge that, you've thrown in. So with what you've said, I see that you lean towards the UK perspective on financial incentive, that it is your conscience, it is your civic duty to report wrongdoing when you see one, and that financial incentive is unnecessary. But so that is a perspective, and many people will agree with you, and I can assure you, many people will disagree with you as well, because some people like financial incentive for whistleblowers. And as a policy maker, as someone who has designed whistleblowing policy and framework for companies and governments. I personally agree with the second perspective. I personally agree with the second perspective of seeing it as a civic duty. However, different countries are at different stages of their life. We talked about the issue of poverty. I can't throw that to the bin that financial incentive is not important in certain stages of a country's or a nation's life. I can't throw that to the gutter because in our country or in many countries in Africa, many people do not even have an health insurance. So they are taking a risk. An accountant, we always say that for every risk, there should be a compelling reward, and all of that. So as a policy maker, I am compelled to look at some of these little variables, and sometimes we submit to the need to put financial incentive for whistleblowers, looking at the risk that they go through and looking at how exposed they are when things go bad, and also to encourage other people. So there is no right or wrong answer, but it is very important, especially in conferences like this, for us to open everything up so that people can understand some of these imperatives. I'll go very quickly. They said my time is up. The building blocks of whistleblower culture in Africa. As we go back, let's look at, even if we don't have a law, can we start from the company level to look at whistleblowing policies? Can we look at the issue of trust? Can we consider the issue of incentive? Can we look at training and awareness, reporting mechanism, ensuring that those reporting mechanisms that we have for whistleblowing is anonymous, is secured, and people can trust it? Reporting mechanism, we advise that you outsource it, make it multilingual. It should be easy and cheap accessibility. If possible, free. People should be able to, call free of charge and report multiple channels, emails, phone call, logging in on the internet, and every other means, so that everyone can find it easy and to report any wrongdoing they observe in the workplace. Training, we cannot overemphasize the need for training, like an awareness week at company level, so that people can understand that they have that opportunity to speak up, and that the company commits that when they speak up, they shall be protected. We've talked about whistleblowing trust builders in the course. Encourage an open door policy in your company. Make sure that you tone down the issue of hierarchy so that your subordinates can disagree with you whenever they need to. There must be strong and consistent tone at the top. There must be protection for whistleblowers, a strong support network, and employees to speak up and not just report on misconduct. Key points to take away. Whistleblowing requires more than setting up a hotline, even if it is outsourced. We've talked about the cultural imperatives, and it is important that those in charge of organizations and those in charge of governance must understand the cultural imperatives to whistleblowing and see how they can come up with policies in order to encourage people to speak up. In order to encourage whistleblowing, there must be an eighth level of protection effort from corporate and government. Whistleblowing remains the biggest anti-corruption tool. In fact, according to the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, over 42% of fraud are discovered by whistleblowers, compared to other methods such as periodic review or even external audits. So why won't we usher in a new environment, a new atmosphere whereby people can feel free to report wrongdoing when they observe one in the workplace? A wise man once told me that when a nation or a people, that a man dies when he keeps silent in the face of tyranny or injustice. And according to this man, again, the world will not be destroyed by those who do evil. it will be destroyed by you and I who watch them without doing nothing. That is what Albert Einstein said. And I want to thank you, the ICANN USA chapter, for inviting me to speak on this topic today. It's been an absolute opportunity, and I want to thank the president, the 58th president of ICANN, for your presence. It means a lot to me, and for your contribution during this session. Thank you very much.
Dr. Ulo, thank you so much. As you can see, 1 hour is not enough to cover this topic, and you will need to be here in person, maybe next time. So we don't have a lot of time to give people to ask questions, but I promise to one, just for 1 minute, please.
Thank you very much, sir. My name is Patrick Sani, executive from Nigeria. I want to quite appreciate Dr. Lo for that insightful presentation. I just have some few comments. On loyalty, the problem we have is that in Nigeria particularly, I may not know much about other African countries, the public servant is more loyal to the head of the chief executive than loyalty to the institution. And on the issue of the difference between fairness and loyalty, if the entity itself is founded on truth, fairness, transparency, and rule of law, such entity will prefer to hire fair employees. But of course, the other entity on the other side of the narrative will prefer loyal people that will be loyal to bend the rules. And of course, on the issue of financial incentives, in a country like Nigeria, the UK model may not work, where there are no fallback position, and if you are not careful as a whistleblower that is dedicated to what you believe in fact, your wife will divorce you because you are going to lose your job and go hungry. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Dr. Lo, any comments? Oh, hold on. There's another one I cannot refuse. Our former president.
Yeah, immediate past president. Thank you very much. I also want to join my voice to appreciate the commissioner for this well-researched paper. I wasn't going to vote him. I think that's the privilege of the president, because at the time we were saying certain points that I have a bit of contribution to. The culture, as we have said, plays a very large part in this. I'm sure some of us in this room, if not all, will remember a time back in the days that we are our brother's keepers, but not only on the loyalty aspect, even as to fairness. At that time, we challenge people with ill-gotten wealth and dissociate from them. It's like, where did you suddenly become rich? And they will not have anything to do with you. That exists in this same Nigeria. I don't know about other African countries, but I want to say it's the same thing. But we have made a 360-degree turn from that posture today, that if you are genuinely in distress, for somebody just wants to help you to push your car, they will ask, what is the need for me? I think that is from the two different angles we should look at this, when we are tying poverty and corruption together. For me, it's not even just a chicken or the egg approach. I see them as a Siamese twin. They are joined together. There are things that you and I and some of our colleagues here will not do for all the dollars. Yes, I say for all the dollars, because you have come a long way in life that you would rather keep your integrity and not have it tarnished for all amount of money. But there are still some people that are not there yet. So we must be able to distinguish between this. And when we come to conscience and fairness, on one hand, when you responded to the president, you said there is no conscience anyway. These brave people that you have exhibited today must have an element of conscience. But for their conscience that is still kept alive, they probably not do what they did because they knew their consequences. So in terms of fairness, I think we still need people of conscience, and we need to encourage this more, because this issue of loyalty, which I want to put in quote, loyalty to what? We see our loyalty being misplaced most times. We support bad behavior and term it as loyalty. Because if you see somebody that is doing something that is out of order or inimical to the organization or to the country, and you say because that person is your brother or sister or related somehow, whichever way, and you are keeping mum, and you are saying because you are loyal, you are not loyal, you are disloyal. So I want us to also look at it from that perspective. The last bit that I want to comment on is that government, especially our government, is not helping the matter. To me, our government is playing lip service to the issue of whistleblowing policy. We are aware of some of instances that they have promised a particular reward and the government has failed to deliver upon. What will support people that perhaps because of the reward is why they want to put their head on the neck, the neck of the platter of the thing, and still not get the reward at the end of the day. So the element of trust that you mentioned comes to play. So our government need to be sincere, follow through what they have promised, and make sure that this whistleblowing is not encumbered in any way in terms of practice and achieving the set goal. So make sure that it's easy for people to actually give information that would lead to conviction, and not just leading to conviction. There are people that whistleblowers have indicted or given information on, and the government suddenly went cold on doing the right thing. So those are the challenges I feel whistleblowing policy is facing in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, immediate past president and Mr. Patrick Sonny. So I think these are not questions, these are contributions, and I cannot agree with you more. You are absolutely correct. And I think for me, the essence of this session, personally for me, has been achieved. My own personal objective is to provoke us, to provoke our thoughts, and elicit reaction, elicit understanding. And as a student myself, I've been doing this research for 7 years. 7 years. I've traveled to many countries in Africa. I've presented this paper at the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, fraud conference in 2015, and in 2019, I've presented it in South Africa. I've been everywhere, and I continue to do so. Some of the feedback and reactions I've been taking are things that will just go on and on to ensure that at the end of the day, I am doing my part in improving understanding and in getting factful data, in terms of what establishes relationship. And I think what Mrs. Itayo talked about, that relationship between loyalty and fairness is absolutely compelling. Loyalty to what? But the definition that we have given here is the street definition. So the street definition means that the real definition, what most people understand it to be, not necessarily what it should be. Like someone talked about a civil servant who is loyal to the administration, but not loyal to the people, to the 200 million people that they serve. But the street definition is loyalty to the administration. That is the street definition of loyalty. But the real definition should be the loyalty to the citizens. So, and this are all are the things that we have put into context. And I want to thank you very much for staying true. And it is my pleasure once again, to be here. And I want to thank you very much. And I wish you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lowy. This presentation will be dropped on the conference WhatsApp for everybody to have a copy. We will quickly move to the next session. Before lunch,
just be aware that our lunch has been moved to 2 p.m. So
lunch moves to 2 p.m.
That gives us enough room to be able to take Dr. Uche, who's going to be our next speaker. But the BTC will take care of that.
Okay. You want to introduce him? Yeah, I want to introduce him. Is Dr. Olusi there? Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. President. Please permit me to stand on the existing protocols so that I can quickly move to the next session. The next session is Earth versus bottom line, connecting ESG and CSR to profitability. What is ESG? Before I call in the next speaker, may I call Mrs. Richard first to say a word of appreciation to because I'm not sure whether it's still listening, but we want it to be able to come back next time. Thank you.
It's the word of I don't know if Dr. Lowo is still on. This not? Are you sure? Okay.
Yeah, he's not here. He needs to join another meeting, so he's gone.
Okay. Please take it on. Okay. Oh, thank you very much, madam. Please, we want you to express our appreciation for a well-researched and very eruditely delivered paper. We enjoy very much because it provoked our thoughts. And we thank you for the work that is doing, because this is very germane to our country. Whistleblowing is something that we should all have a buy-in. And on behalf of the ICANN USA and district, I've been asked to express this appreciation, and I'm also lending my voice to that. And all the good people that are here, his colleagues that are here, saying a big thank you to him for his time. We know he has a very busy schedule. For him to spend this time, he shows he's passionate about the subject. He's also passionate about our institute, and for this we are very grateful. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you very much.
So thank you, ma'am. So the next session is on Earth versus bottom line, connecting ESG and CSR to profitability. I don't even know what ESG is or CSR, but there's somebody who knows. Before I introduce him, a few housekeeping rules. This course qualifies for NASDAQ CPA credit, 1 hour credit. If you are online, you will have to attend for at least 50 minutes and answer 3 or 4 questions. Now, both online and in-person participants will need to submit evaluation survey before you can get your CPA credit. So having said that, let me talk about Dr. Aobutu. I was actually speaking with him yesterday, not knowing who he was, and I was surprised when he introduced himself. I said, what? He's a member of council, and he's the chairman of Information Technology Committee, Young Accountants Networking Committee, Deputy Chairman, Intergovernmental Relations Committee, Deputy Chairman, Financial Reporting Faculty Board. Do you want me to continue for the next 30 minutes? He was appointed as a consultant by the Lagos State Government to carry out a diagnostic review of Lagos State Government readiness for state's fiscal transparency, accountability, and sustainability. Disbursement-linked indicators of the World Bank. He must have made a lot of money. Yes. And to also review the state's 2019 financial statements to ensure compliance with the International Public Sector Accounting Standards. I can read and read more about him. He's a professional trainer across the world. I think we are happy to have him on the board. We are happy to have him here. Please welcome Dr. Deji Aobutu.
Thank you. That's right. Yes, but this is all right, thank you. Mr. President, the IPP, council members connected virtually, distinguished delegates, good afternoon. I'll be speaking on Earth versus bottom line. And Mr. Joe said he's not even aware of what ESG is. Okay, I'm going to start with Earth. Earth is where we are. From finance, if I don't refer to it as Earth, I will refer to it as planet. If I don't mention it as planet, I will refer to it as environment. Bottom line is the term that we know as accountants to mean profit. If you know bottom line, then you should know top line, which is revenue. If I don't call it revenue, I'll refer to it as turnover. If I don't refer to it as turnover, I will make reference to it as sales. ESG is simply environment, social, and governance. CSR is corporate social responsibility. Now, these two terms, ESG and CSR, are within the framework of sustainability. And when we talk about sustainability, we're talking about entities being responsible. And you can be responsible in so many ways. Before I go into the details of the paper, I'm going to give you some provisions of accounting. There is no mining company or an entity that is into exploration that will not, in the process of carrying out their activities, that will not have caused one damage or the other to the environment. Do we agree? Damage to either the soil or water or air pollution. Now, for a responsible entity, you do not need to wait to have a law to comply with before making good those damages. So there are two scenarios. There could be laws in a particular jurisdiction that will spell out the provisions or the things you should do to make good those damages your activities would have caused to the environment. And in some jurisdictions, there may not be law. And where there are no laws, then you are expected to be corporately, socially responsible to make good those damages. Now, where there are laws and you comply with the law, then accounting will expect you to make provision. Why? Because there are laws that you are complying with. And there is no way you will make good those damages that there will be no cash outflow from the entity's point of view. From the accounting standards, what are you expected to do? Recognize that provision in the financial statement and do the needful. At the point of recognition, certainly your bottom line will be affected because you cannot have a provision as a liability without an associated expense. Now, when you recognize that expense in your financial statement, what happens to your profit? Your profits will drop. Now, do you think the shareholders or the investors in that entity will feel so comfortable that you are going ahead to execute expenses that laws are not binding on you to implement? That was the thinking earlier in the 90s. The focus of investment analysts at that time was on profitability. Why? Because when investors invest, they expect to get increase or return on their investment. And in getting return on their investment, commitments to CSR becomes an aberration. It is not in the line. It is not something that they look forward to. But as of today, that is no longer the case. When you cause damages to the system, you are expected to make good those damages. And it's on that premise you'll be expected to be adjudged to be a responsible organization or a responsible entity. In being responsible, you have to be responsible to your stakeholders. And part of the stakeholders are your investors, your customers, your shareholders. I'm going to give you two scenarios that I've experienced in the past and will confirm that level of that responsibility. I spent a major part of my career in the investment banking sector, stockbroking firm. And in the mid-20s, when you buy shares, the entity that you bought the shares through have access to the purchase information in terms of the unit of shares you're buying alongside the share price. In Nigeria, when you buy shares at the rate of 10 naira, that price can fluctuate, max of 5% up, max of 5% down, which implies that within that same day, someone else can buy at 10.20, someone else can buy at 9.50. So because you want to make so much in terms of profits, price adjustments, you execute that before you pass the entry into the customer's account. So for a customer that you bought the shares for at 10 naira, if you edit the system and you say you're buying the shares at 10 naira, 10 kobo, then you would have overcharged that customer. The question we should ask is that ethical? Thank you. When you sell shares for a customer at a rate of 15, and you tweak the system, adjust the system, that the shares are bought at 14, there's a difference of 1 on every unit of shares that will be not to the account of a staff, but to the account of the company. So if that is the policy that had existed in the past, the question is, if you have to fight it, that means you're fighting the system. You're not fighting an individual. That experience came to me at a point in time. And the question is, if you are to stop that practice, do you think you will remain in that organization the next day? My advice to accountants is, when you go to the office with the intention of resigning the next day. Because if not, the belief you have about that institution is a belief of the institution is a responsible entity until you get into that system. And the moment you get into the system and you realize that they're not responsible, they're not ethical, they lack integrity, will you still remain in the system or will you blow the whistle? So I believe that each and every one of us will have experience one way or the other. So until you have that mindset of resigning the next day, that is the only time you can raise your head up high, you can raise your shoulder high, that yes, my ethic will stand, my integrity will stand. So fairness is a key word at that point. That is on one part. On the other scenario, there is an entity that obtained a loan from a foreign investor. And the terms of the loan is, I'll give you 5 billion naira, converted into Japanese yen, on the condition that you will give me the right to buy your shares at a price we will agree to now, exercisable in the next 15 years. Let me explain that clearly. I need a 5 billion naira loan. I walk up to the investor, give me this 5 billion. And the condition the investor is putting on the table is, how much is the share price today? 1 naira 20 kobo. Okay, I will agree to buy the shares at a rate of 1 naira 40 kobo. What do you need? You need money. This is the money. But I'm going to give this money to you as a loan. And the interest on that loan is single digit. And single digit is not 5%, ladies and gentlemen. Single digit we're talking about, then was 2%. So even if I don't need the money, I will obtain that 5 billion. I will place it with First Bank at the rate of 12%, pay the interest at the rate of 2%, and plow back the 9% as working capital into my system. But the condition for you to get this 5 billion loan at 2% is that you will now give me the right to buy your shares at the rate of 1 naira 40 kobo, your current share price is 120. So if I agree at 140, I will have that right for the next 10 years, the next 15 years. So that what I am losing in terms of interest, I will gain in terms of increase in the share price. Because when I give you the 5 billion, it is believed that you're going to use that 5 billion in the business. The profit of the business will rise. And as the profit of the business rises, the information gets out to the market will react positively to that information. And what happens to the share price? The share price will move up. And once the share price increases, that becomes a value for me. Because I will come to you at the rate of 1 naira 40, I will pay you at 140, go to the market, sell the shares at 6 naira, and make that spread. That was a clear-cut understanding between two entities. But you know what? When you got that 5 billion, responsible entity will invest that 5 billion in the business. You know what happened? That 5 billion was diverted into another business, making another profit within a different corporation. So that corporation that was actually listed on the floor of the exchange did not get a feel of that profit. So as a result, the interest that you should pay, the entity that obtained that money is paying the interest without associated revenue. So rather than making profit, you are making losses. And what happens to the share price? The share price dropped. Now, is that being responsible? The entity that gave you the money certainly will come after you. I need my money. Because your share price is not rising, that means I will not be able to exercise my rights. And not being able to exercise my right, that means I will not be able to come to you and pay you at 140 because there will be no value in that transaction. The shares has dropped to 50 kobo. Exercise price is 140. So why should I pay you 140 when I can buy the shares if I truly need those shares, when I can buy it at 50 kobo on the floor? Now, rather than you paying the principal, as and when the principal is due, what did you do? You went to court. And going to court will mean that the transaction will be sealed, and you know Nigerian system, for the next 10, 15 years, you are still on that transaction. Now, is that being responsible? If you work for an organization like that, what do you think or what do you expect? So these are just ideas of the case of responsible entities. Now, within the concept of sustainability, companies around the world face some sort of social or environmental pressure. And I mentioned earlier that investors expect increase in their profit. The moment you tilt into the aspect of sustainability, then that automatically imposes so much pressure on you. Increasing demand and expectation by an increasing diverse set of stakeholders. Companies are expected to be good stewards of the environment. They're expected to care deeply about their local communities. In other words, they face these pressures to care about stakeholders over and above, and in many cases, in addition to shareholders, and to increasing the financial performance. Companies are expected to have positive social impact to contribute towards an inclusive and sustainable growth, in addition to being financially profitable and successful. So in a bid to target profitability, you should also think of sustainability alongside, and you need to strike a balance because all the relevant stakeholders need an answer. The question is, why now? Why is it that companies are facing these pressures now more than ever before? And I've given you what happens before now. Investment analysts feel more comfortable in the 90s to focus on profitability, but now they're focusing both on profitability and on sustainability. Consider some companies like Unilever, for instance. Unilever is a company whose goal and objective is to make sustainable living commonplace. This company, through its products and services, can reach about 2 to 2.5 billion people on the planet on a daily basis. But Unilever is not alone. What we observe in practice is that many companies increasingly develop a sophisticated understanding of what are the structural environmental challenges. Some may see them as risk that needs to be mitigated and managed. Others see them as profitable business opportunities. At the end of the day, there are massive problems in need of efficient and scalable solutions. So what we increasingly see is that companies start bringing these considerations into the core of their organizational structures, into their strategies, and into their business models. In recent years, we understand that if companies decide to go beyond compliance, that constitutes a strategic choice. I'll go over that again. If companies decide to go beyond compliance, what's beyond compliance? The standard is I want to make profit. The reason why this company is set up is to make profit. So if you decide to now go beyond that level of profit to consider other sustainable issues, then that becomes a choice, because most times there is no law that will state that you should be corporately, socially responsible. So since there is no law, then it becomes a matter of strategic choice. How responsible you choose to be towards the environment and towards the broader society is, at the end of the day, this choice, which is strategic. Correct. Corporate culture has never been more transparent or important than it is now. Sustainability leaders, investors, employees, and consumers are choosing companies that align with their values. Corporate social responsibility and environment, social and governance policies guide business practices and inform the public about the values, about the goals, and the risk of a company. The presentation will explain the difference between the overlapping concepts of CSR and ESG and how each can be incorporated, measured, and refined. Corporate social responsibility covers the social, environmental, and economic concerns in a company's policy, practice, and decision making. CSR commitments serve as keystone for corporate culture and gives employees, investors, and consumers insights into the company's values. They are generally self-regulated. I repeat that. They are generally self-regulated and can vary widely. Though CSR is about accountability, and qualitative nature of CSR makes it difficult to pin it down on a particular process. The will, values, and spirit of corporate culture can be captured by CSR, which serves as a starting point to get to the next step of measurable, data-driven change. ESG, on the other hand, uses environmental, social, and governance factors to evaluate sustainability practices within a company. While CSR aims to make a business accountable, ESG criteria make such business efforts measurable. ESG criteria focuses on quantitative results that help investors make better decisions about the risk and ethics of particular companies. ESG reporting also helps consumers decide which businesses to support and which not to support. The differences between CSR and ESG are related, but not the same.
Second polling question.
Yeah, good, thank you. All right, CSR and ESG are related, but not the same. Let's look at a paper manufacturing company. They want to implement CSR and ESG policy. The CSR can be incorporated by communicating internally and in press releases that the company is committed to being more sustainable and responsible. But the ESG builds on that foundation with measurable goals, such as a 30% increase in recycled materials within 5 years. So CSR sends the signal, ESG builds on that signal to make that signal more measurable. ESG practices can be used to evaluate how well a company is adhering to sustainability and a corporate responsibility goals they set. CSR is the ideal and gives context about sustainability agendas and corporate responsibility culture. ESG is the action and measurable outcome. To simplify, CSR can be thought of as the qualitative side and the ESG as the quantitative side of sustainability. How do we incorporate CSR into our system? CSR starts with recognizing the key sustainability concerns in your industry and incorporating improvement as part of your culture. There are 5 key factors that we'll consider in incorporating CSR. Number 1, the company culture. And here I have, implement a code of ethics and core values that include social and environmental stewardship, health and safety. Clearly outline the standards for health and safety in the workplace, and where applicable, explain how the company reduces risk of accidents that have negative environmental impacts. The other point on incorporating CSR is environmental, social, educate, and listen. How do we incorporate ESG into your system? Implementing ESG is a more involved process than implementing CSR because it requires measurable goals, data collection, and reporting. 7 steps are highlighted. 1, conduct a materiality assessment. These are methodical, informed reviews to determine the priority and current industry landscape around ESG topics. What is materiality assessment? I have a list here. Materiality assessment are formal exercises aimed at engaging stakeholders to find out how important specific environmental, social, and governance issues are to them. The insights gained can then be used to guide strategy, communication, and help you tell a more meaningful sustainability story. If you're considering conducting a materiality assessment, the following 7 basic steps are very important. Number 1, identify internal and external stakeholders. Conduct initial stakeholders outreach. Identify and prioritize what you want to measure. Design your materiality survey. Launch your survey and start collecting insight. Analyze the insight and put the insight into action. Now, I've outlined 4 major pillars to determine an entity that is considered a responsible entity. 1 is corporate governance. You know that you are acting on behalf of some investors. You know there are some people that you need to take care of. Yes, they've given you funds in terms of investment. They expect a return on their investment. The way and manner the executive directors manage the affairs of the organization. The next is stakeholders engagement. 3rd, time horizon for decision making, where there is need to take action. What is the time frame for the execution of that action? And the next is transparency and accountability. Transparency and accountability, that is extremely difficult. Now, there is no way we'll talk about ESG, CSR, without mentioning the 3 Ps. When we started, we made reference to Earth, and I referred to that Earth as what? Planets. We talked about profitability, and that profitability is the bottom line. And the 3rd P is the people. So the 3 Ps concept is simply planet, people, and profits. So to understand the triple bottom line, the focus there is that because prior to this time, our focus had been on profit. We're saying extend, move beyond profits, and consider the other two Ps, which is the planet, environment, and the people. Sustainability has been an often mentioned goal of businesses, non-profits, and governments in the past decade. Yet, measuring the degree to which an organization is being sustainable or pursuing sustainable growth can be difficult. This accounting framework, called the triple bottom line, went beyond the traditional measures of profits, return on investment, and shareholders' value to include environmental and social dimensions. By focusing on comprehensive investment results, that is, with respect to performance along the interrelated dimensions of profits, people, and the planet, triple bottom line reporting can be an important tool to support sustainable goals. The TBL dimensions are also commonly called the 3 Ps, people, planet, and profit, and this will be considered. The 3 Ps do not have a common unit of measurement, and that's a challenge we have. Those with a mindset of profit, to measure profits, they will measure profit in terms of the currency. And the currency depends on the functional currency that operates within the country of jurisdiction. So if we are looking at measuring the 3 Ps using dollars, some are not comfortable with that. Yes, you can measure profits in currency, in dollars, but will it be right to measure the damages you've caused to the environment also in dollars? When it comes to the people, will it make sense, the value that the people are given to the institution, can you really quantify it? So some advocate that monetizing all the dimensions of the 3 Ps, including social welfare or environmental damage, should be monetized. While that would have the benefit of having a common unit, many object to putting a dollar value on endangered species or strictly philosophical grounds. Others question the method of finding the right price for lost endangered species. So to that extent, monetizing the 3 Ps as a basis of measurement that did not go well with some sets of people or stakeholders. Another solution would be to calculate the TBL using an index. All right? In this way, one eliminates the One eliminates the incompatible units issue, and as long as there is a universally accepted accounting method, allows for comparison between entities, e.g., comparing performance between companies, cities, development projects, or some other benchmark. There remains some subjectivity even when using an index. However, for example, how are the index components weighted? Are we going to say profits should be allocated more weight than planets? Or should profits and planets have more weight than the people? That also calls for another bit of concern. Do they each get equal weighting? Is the people category more important than planets? Then who decides that? So to that extent, we have a bit of concern. All right, so how do we measure the sustainability measures? Many of the traditional sustainability measures vetted through academic discourse are presented below. We have economic measures, we have environmental measures, and we have specific example to that alongside social measures. Economic variable ought to be variables that deal with the bottom line and the flow of money. It could look at income or expenditures, taxes, business climate factors, employment, and business diversity factors. And the specific examples include personal income, cost of employment, establishment sizes, the job growth, employment distribution by sector, percentage of firms in each sector, revenue by sector contributing to gross domestic product. All that are being considered under the economic measures. Environmental measures. Environmental variables should represent measurement of natural resources and reflect potential influences to its viability. It could incorporate air and water quality, energy consumption, natural resources, solid and toxic waste, and land use or land cover. Ideally, having long-range trends available for each of the environmental variables would help organizations identify the impact a project or policy would have on the area. Social measures. Social variables refer to social dimensions of a community or region and could include measurement of education, equity, and access to social resources, health and well-being, quality of life, and social capital. The examples listed below are small snippets of potential variables: unemployment rate, female labor force, median household income, relative poverty, percentage of population with a post-secondary degree or certificate, average commute time, violent crimes per capita, health-adjusted life expectancy, basically the traditional sustainable measures. Now, as I bring this to a close, I'm going to talk about road infrastructure tax credit scheme that operates in Nigeria. Now, for an entity to get involved in CSR, it's not something you directly benefit from. And if you don't directly benefit from it, you would have incurred so much in terms of cost. Now, when you pass that cost through your financial statement as an expense, you may not get tax benefit for that. Because the major reason will be when you make donations, for a donation to be approved, it must have been stated in the act. There must be a direct approval for that donations to be allowed for tax purposes. Where it is not in the list of scheduled entities to make donations to, then you cannot get any tax benefits for that. Now, for entities like Dangote in Nigeria or NLNG, for instance, when they construct roads, the cost of that construction cannot be capitalized as an asset in the financial statements. Why? Because it is not owner-occupied assets. It is not an asset that they directly benefit from. So when you subject it to the tax laws provisions, then it is not wholly, exclusively, reasonably, and necessarily incurred for the entity. So if that is the case, then a rational taxman will tell you, regardless of the aim, regardless of the objective, for that construction, it will not get any tax benefits. At that extent, the government felt that that may not be too nice, may not be too good. So this scheme was set up. Please go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. President.
Expenses tax deductible.
Okay. See, okay, go ahead.
By nature, they are not meant to. What I'm saying, going back, CSR expenses tax deductible, because by nature, CSR expenses are not to directly generate anything for the fund.
Correct.
But the example you are giving now about it, he has so many vehicles, he has business interest in Amapa.
Okay.
And he needs smooth access to the port. But we are having problem. I was hearing in the radio the other time that it could take 1 month from, it could take you 3 days from Maiduguri to reach Lagos. Or it could, but it could take you a month to reach the port, kind of. So by doing this series, it's a kind of, he's doing it not directly on Dangote Group, but a CSR and Dangote will benefit like any other user of that particular.
All right.
So I don't know.
Okay. Let me do with that, Mr. President. Thank you, sir. Now, tax is law. So if it is not in the law, then you cannot enforce it. Now, it's so clear that expenditures of that nature must be wholly. So the question we're going to ask is, the road that was constructed, is it wholly for Dangote? The answer is no. It can be reasonably incurred, in line with what you just said. Is it necessary? Yes, for the purpose of the business he does and for the location for his trucks to commute easily, yes. Is it exclusively incurred? So to that extent, for you to now say you want to get tax benefits on that ground, you need to amend the Company Income Tax Act. Now, amending that law, trust me, will be a camel passing through the eyes of a needle, especially in Nigeria. So the other alternative is by the president issuing what we call an executive order. And that executive order is what has been introduced in this regard. And that's what we have, the Road Infrastructure Tax Credit Scheme. Now I'm going to read through this. Now, the scheme is a form of tax incentive granted to Nigerian companies. Now, it is a relief to Nigerian companies, not to Nigerian individuals. So you cannot set up a venture that is not a limited liability company. I want to tap into this. It will not be available to you because that tax credit falls under SITA. And if it falls under SITA and you are a venture or a sole trading business or a sole practitioner or a partnership business, you cannot carry out those activities and expect to get a benefit under CETA because CETA excludes you, scoped you out. All right, so with that understanding, let's take that further. The scheme came into effect in 2019 when the president made an executive order number 7. The scheme is for a period of 10 years. So as we speak now, it is still in force. The main objective of the scheme are to incentivize and promote private sector funding for the construction or repair of eligible road infrastructure projects. Increase the focus on the development of eligible road infrastructure. So meaning that even if you're a company and you intend to get involved in the road construction, that project must first be eligible, which implies that you must apply to a committee. Now, it is when that committee approves that project that you can walk up to FIRS for an RITC certificate. So meaning that whatever amount you incur, let's assume you incur about 5 billion to construct that road, because that money you could have invested it in another project, the government allows you to make a return. They call it an uplift on the basis of MPR plus 2%. So if MPR is 10%, for instance, 10% plus a standard 2%, you have a total of 12%. So if the amount you have invested is 5 billion, so the amount that will be available as tax credit will be 5 billion plus 12%. Now, that total will only be available for the purpose of reducing your tax liability in the future. And to what extent? If your tax liability is 2 billion and you have a benefit of 5 billion plus 12%, the whole of that tax liability will be wiped off and you still have some credit. Am I correct? Now, that position, there is a caveat that your tax liability of 2 billion, you can only have a tax credit of maximum of 50%. Maximum of 50% of your tax liability. So meaning that whatever balance you have as tax credit, you have the opportunity of carrying it forward into the future. All right. Now, accounting-wise, how then do we deal with this? You cannot expense this total cost. I mentioned earlier that because you do not have control over that land, you cannot capitalize it as your assets. So if I cannot capitalize it, then the other option that will be available to me will be to expense it. I cannot expense it because I already have a tax credit. So what then do? I need to recognize that total amount alongside the 12% as a form of receivable in your financial statement. Now, when you recognize as your receivable, you will go ahead with your normal business, making your normal profits, determining your assessable profit, determining your tax liability, which will come down as a liability in your financial statement. So I have a liability that is expected to be paid. You have a tax credit standing as a form of receivable. So rather than paying cash, you use your receivable to offset that tax liability at the end of the day. With that, you have a balanced account. Applicants, that's companies intending to participate in the scheme, are required to register and be certified by the Road Infrastructure Development and Refurbishment Investment Tax Credit Scheme Management Committee. The recommendation of the applicant's eligibility to participate is determined by the committee, where it confirms that the applicant's proposed project is economically viable, is cost efficient, and can be completed in a timely manner within 12 to 48 months, then the uplift will not constitutes a form of taxable income. Okay, there's a part that was missed. Okay, so when you have those three criteria, in addition, participants are also entitled to a single uplift equal to the prevailing CBN monetary policy rate plus 2% of the project cost. That is the uplift. You have it in the material. The uplift will not constitute taxable income. So because the form of return, you cannot recognize it as an income in the financial statement because the purpose of you getting it is to defray your future tax liability. The utilization of the RITC is contingent on the receipt of the Road Infrastructure Tax Credit certificate from the Federal Inland Revenue Service. In this regard, the amount of RITC that may be utilized in any year of assessment is limited to 50% of the CIT payable by the participants or by the beneficiary. However, RITC issued on account of eligible roads in economically, this is an exemption now, disadvantaged areas can be fully utilized. Remember I mentioned 50%, but where the construction was done in an economically disadvantaged area, it can be fully utilized in an assessment year without any form of restriction. Unless the benefits provided by the scheme by Nigerian companies, ordinarily donations, and this is responding to Mr. President now, donations made by companies to certified organizations in Nigeria in accordance with the relevant provisions of the Companies Income Tax Act are allowed for tax purposes. To the extent that it confirms with the relevant provisions. However, where a company makes donations to organizations that are not approved by the Companies Income Tax Act, the donations are often disallowed for tax purposes. Can mitigate the impact of the disallowable donations by registering with the committee in order to be eligible to carry out road development and refurbishment projects on designated roads in Nigeria. In this regard, the company, upon presentation of the RITC certificate, would be allowed to claim both the project cost and the uplift as a tax credit against CIT payable. Now, so far we have in Nigeria, NLNG project is building the Bodo Boni Bridge and road. This is a huge project and it's costing about 200 billion, and it is building it on the tax credit basis. Also, Dangote built the Obajana Kaba Road in Kogi State on this basis, and is currently doing the Apapa Oworonshoki Road in Lagos, also on this tax credit basis. So these are examples of entities that have taken advantage of that tax credit. I think this is the end of this session. Thank you very much. But before I go there, I have the vice president. Okay, you have a question. Just hold on. I have the vice president here, who is a leading speaker on sustainability reporting, and I believe he wants to share one or two comments on this. Thank you very much. Question? Okay, fine. All right. So, just hold my mind. Okay. Because when you are discussing sustainability, yes, the end product, as far as accountants are concerned, in the integrated reports. Absolutely. Well, that's where we are going to
And if you retrace from the last year's conference, I think it's trust in governance.
Correct.
They are talking of sustainability as key in the second conference. They are talking of sustainability in the one program accountant.
Correct.
Now we are talking of sustainability in this particular conference. So this makes it a crucial issue
Correct.
to all accountants. And if you go back in 2017, there was a presentation to the council by the vice president.
Correct.
And he brought the issue of governance, he brought the issue of ethics, and he also brought the issue of environment. Okay? And I still always remind him the example he gave us. That time, you know that time that the United States is cost with the oil spill. That has to do with the
environment. Yeah.
Now, again, the Niger Delta in Nigeria is spill, the environmental pollution. We are talking again that environmental pollution is part of it. And again, the unfortunate happening in Bangladesh when that manufacturing company collapsed with people inside, they are producing or manufacturing a high quality textile products which are sold in our shops and communities, whatever, market spaces, etc. But the situation was bad, but it has to do with corporate governance. You understand? So looking about basically the final product as far as the company are concerned, is that integrity report. And the vice president is a leading, is an academic, is a leading figure in integrated reporting in the continent of Africa and also in Nigeria. So that's why I said, play with our permission. You might sit for 3 or 5 minutes. Then when the question and answer session comes, then members or delegates will look at both your presentations and make their contributions or ask their questions. So please, I want you, Master Vice President. You know, as a citizen academic, you don't want to prepare whatever. You know, like you got to. So
the system.
Fire on.
Thank you.
Thank you, the President. I will not go much because the topic actually is, I think it has evolved so much, starting from where the speaker picked it up as CSR to ESG. But I think that we're at a point where the IFRS Foundation has come into the sustainability reporting space, and we're now talking about sustainability and financial being reported same time, same place. And that calls for accountants to be on board because IFAC believes that it is only accountants that can make sustainability reporting to be where it ought to be. As CSR, we see more of greenwashing, where corporations use sustainability as a reputation, image building, and all that. To the point where we're now looking at it as part of strategy. If you look at the presentation made, you see the direction where corporations can use it as a strategy to boost income, get benefits from tax, and even attracting the right level of employees who can help with innovation and direct the future course of the business. So what IFAC is preaching now is for all accountants to get on board, because when accountants get involved with sustainability, it will take the right course. I won't be able to go into all the issues that has taken place, but the part of integrated reporting is what IFRS Foundation has already now made possible. Because when we talk about sustainability and financial being reported same place, same time, that is integrating both of them together. The practice now is that companies issue separate sustainability reports. And when they issue separate sustainability report, it comes at a different time from when the financial statement comes. But when it's now done at the same time, you can now see the link between sustainability and financial, which is partly attributable to the example that a good example you gave, because that's actually what investors are looking at. If you tell investors do sustainability, at the end of the day, what does it translate to? So they want to see the financial in sustainability, because the investor's objective of investing remains the same. It has not changed. It is still to maximize shareholders' value. So the issue now is how can we employ sustainability to achieve that? Because everything we're talking about globally is around climate change, around social, around ethics. So what strategy will businesses deploy to make this happen? I'll stop at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. All right, so if we have questions or comments, all right, Chairman Sonny.
Tax credit for road construction.
Okay.
At what point does the entity claim that tax? Is it after the road must have been completely finished and ready for use, or it can be claimed partially?
Okay.
And the second question is, for the tax credit that cannot be fully utilized in 1 year on account of 50, not exceeding 50% of the tax liability for the current year, for how long can that tax credit be kept for future use by the entity? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Can I quickly respond to that?
Can we accommodate one or two questions so that you can respond to everything that's said today? Any online question? Have a question?
So he's mentioned that the tax credit is only eligible to companies under the CETA Act. My question is, what obtains for companies who are foreign entities not registered in Nigeria?
Thank you. All right, thank you very much. Okay.
For 10 years. So after the expiration of 10 years, which is from 2019 to 10 years is 2019 to 2029. And after that period, what happened to it? The company didn't use it. I know they are already somewhere that the company can sell it to its subsidiary.
Okay.
Or to the holding company.
Okay.
Like LNG now that is owned by a group of companies and sell it to the shareholding company.
All right, thank you very much. Can I? Okay, that's good.
Yes,
now, I'll give you the process. You have the intention of constructing a road. The rule first is that road must be eligible. There's a committee that will determine the eligibility of that construction. So the first thing you have to do is go to the committee. They review it and they confirm its eligibility. Once it is eligible, the next step is take a walk to, I'm seeing myself here. Take a walk to FIRS. Now, the question the FIRS will ask you, in my view, will be, what you want to do, the project you want to embark on, is it eligible? Where would that be coming from? From the approval you got from the committee. So once they confirm that, they will give you a road infrastructure tax credit certificate. That certificate certainly will confirm that you have the license to have a tax credit for that construction you intend to embark on. You've not done it, you intend to embark on. Now, the committee at the level would have reviewed and it would have been certain or satisfied that you can complete that construction within 48 months. So you go out, you start the construction. Now, until the construction is completed, you cannot claim tax credits. So once you confirm the completion and it is commissioned, I believe there will be a certification through the committee, the pre, the during, and the post investigation to be sure that what you requested for is what you are doing. And the location, because they're going to give you the mileage, all right, for you to cover. So all that would have been the part of the process that committee will embark on. So once that is completed, your question, one question, you cannot partly claim tax credit when the construction is ongoing. So in your books, you'll be building up the costs. And that's why you cannot have it as property, plant, and equipment. It's works in progress. And once you have completed it, it moves straight into tax credit receivable in your financial statement. Because the tax credit receivable is for you to use to defray your tax liability. So for now, you have completed it. You have so much as tax credit, you keep that. Next year, when you do your tax assessment, you realize that you're having so much in terms of tax liability. Because you have that tax credit that has been confirmed and certified by FIRS, they will allow you to use the tax credit to defray the tax liability to the extent of maximum of 50%. Because if you are constructing a road in Lekki, Lekki is not a disadvantaged area. But if you go to the likes of interiors of maybe, but I don't think we should mention any part of Lagos. I don't think any part of Lagos is disadvantaged anyway. Anyway, so that is that. So the other part, what is the time frame? So, okay, the rule is you can hold it endlessly. But bear this in mind that since the scheme approval is for 10 years, after that 10 years, nothing will happen except there is a review of an extension, and that will also come from the president. All right, so that now takes me to the other question. Now, if I realize that I have some tax credit and possibility of losing it is very high, what can I do? Yes, you can sell. Now, not just sell to your subsidiary. Where it is possible, you can even trade it on the floor of an exchange. On the floor of an exchange. All right, you can trade it. So I'll try and get a copy of the circular so you can read. So why is that so? It's to make it attractive so that you won't just have so much in terms of costs without possibility of recovery. So if we have 10 years there and there's no possibility of recovery, okay, what if the next 3, 4, 5 years my business has been making losses? There's certainly there will be no tax liability other than the minimum tax that will arise. So all these are futuristic and anything can happen in the future. So when that does happen, I think the author has made provision. If you have that tax credit, you can sell to other. Now, whether you want to sell at a discount or you want to sell at, I don't think anybody want to buy at a premium though. So I would rather buy it from you at a discount. So you won't mind losing a portion of that tax credit, get your cash back and move on. I think it makes a whole lot of sense. Yes, sir. Okay. Oh, that's another question. Well, I believe on the basis of the order, they are separate things. So if you are embarked, and that's why the committee will review that process independent of your other business transactions. So if you are getting any credit in line of that project, then so be it. Your business still continues as a normal business. If you have any tax relief from any other transaction, that also goes on its own line. All right, and that's why if you have that tax credit, I can convert it to cash in whatever way and form. The other tax credit you have in other aspects, you can't. No, no, sir. The rule what we have in the act or in the order is once you have the eligibility, then it is FIRS that administers the CIT. Now, the foreign companies, the question we should be extending is that foreign company, is it under the provision of CETA? Because this concept of executive order is for entities, organizations that CETA administers that are not scoped out of CETA. So if that entity is scoped out of CETA, I do not think that benefit will be available. Okay. Well, unfortunately, this is a unique provision. It's a unique provision, and to help organizations, I think we'll need orders like this. Because with this now, if you're applying the road Lagos, Oshodi, Oworonshoki, Apapa axis, fantastic. Constructed by who? By Dangote. Courtesy of what? These tax credit provisions. So the people are actually enjoying it, no doubt about it. And if we can do more, get more of that, then businesses in Lagos, businesses in Nigeria will certainly get that benefit.
Then I've been doing the wrong thing for me.
Anyway, I have a tax director here. I have an FIRS director here. And Mr. Chosomi, please, can you signal? Can you signal? He's a director from FIRS. Also, Mr. Tijani. Where is Mr. Tijani? No, these are our members, and they will tell you the truth. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for Dr. Obuchi. We gave him only a very short time. Next time we give you enough time so that you can come and upload everything here. He is still here with us. So if you have any questions, please engage him. I think I love that question. We have the tax people right there. Let us take engage.
For free.
A copy of the presentation is going to be available for you on the portal. So I will have our chairman. Okay,
I'll try and get.
So I will have our chairman, USA. I can just say Mr. Adeyemo to give you a vote of thanks to Dr. Obuchi. Thank you.
Well, could you please give me another round of applause? It is really a privilege and honor to have you here. And sometimes when I have conversation with people, I say, if you have a good wish, you better say they never know what angel is passing by. So I think that was exactly what happened here. I was following his accounting snippets. Yeah, online. I said, that is very fabulous. And I see how it breaks down very complex, materials into very understandable way. And somehow I said, maybe we can see if we can come to our conference. And I didn't even know that it was already planning to come. So I had a contact with him, and then again I went to a place, and I realized we also have a common friend. I said, hey, I have this friend that I think is a member of ICA. I said, what's his name? He mentioned, I said, wow, he's a small world. On behalf of ICA USA, I want to say a big thank you to you. That was the merit of working, a lot of research, and I also say a big thank you
definitely will want you to go back and thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are we still fired up?
Ready to go.
Are we still fired up? Well, we're going to take a very short break right now. It's lunchtime, and our lunch will be served at the same venue we had dinner last night, at the atrium. So if we please proceed, we can start, let's start getting out there right now. Mr. EVP, do you know if lunch is already ready? 2 p.m. Okay, let's start heading down. Let's get our table. EVP, if you can go ahead to make sure I have the place for the president. I'll join you soon. Let's go out there, and we only have an hour duration, so we could catch up on all other sections that we have for the afternoon. An hour duration, so 2 to 3, it's lunch. Gives you all the time. Let's, get the meal, take our drinks, do all our bathroom breaks, and come back in for the next section for the day. We are all doing very well. A round of applause for everybody. A round of applause for everybody. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, ICANN presidency in attendance, and all our international delegates. We really, really sincerely appreciate you all. Thank you.